Okay. Good morning. Beautiful day. Hello, crew. I'd say. So, if you don't mind, maybe, if you have a conversation, here in front, there's also a lot of room. But no, opportunities for civil society in Ila's country, because the example is a format called International Digital Dialogues set up by the German government, going into conversations that they have bilateral conversations are an aim to shape, that's what they say, they want to shape better conditions for the digital transformation of the economy and society. This is as broad as it gets. So you can put basically everything in there. The format is stolen from the development dialogues or with economic dialogues. So you want to make connections between economies so that the economies between these countries thrive and that something comes out of these dialogues. And that's easy for us. We know dialogue. And these are the example countries. Please raise your hand if you are from one of those. Brazil, Ghana, India, Indonesia. Yeah, I see someone. Japan, Kenya, Republic of Korea, Mexico, Singapore, South Africa, and Israel. These are the countries where there are memorandums of understanding. This is a 5-year plan, what they want to do next 5 years between, Germany and one of those countries. And what is it? Well, we have secret information from one of those delegations. This is the delegation to Korea. Hello, welcome, come in. And the delegation of Korea consisted of the Federal Ministry of Education and at the highest level, the state government, civil society, and the technical community. So where's civil society here? Just invite the Wiki movement or representatives from digital civil society movements. And then you can make a check mark on your global, what you signed globally in treaties. That's easy. And they agreed. So the countries, for every country that I mentioned before, Wikimedia community is invited twice. Once if they are there in the partner country, so Korea, Israel, South Africa, etc., or if they are present in Germany. So they have 2 meetings, one every year. Conversations. That is Alan. This is our Vice President in Partnerships and someone from the ministry, and they were quite excited. We brought new ideas, and we brought different ideas from different countries. So my ask to you is, what do we need? Because it's a dialogue. It's not what we can contribute only, but it's also what do we need? And it's different, right? Do we need money? But do you have a bank account? To whom shall the money go? Maybe we don't need money. Maybe we just need a meeting space. From Brazil, for example, they said, well, we have so many small civil society organizations and it's always hard to meet, and who shall do the organization because we are scarce of resources and we don't have anyone to organize this because we are busy with our own stuff. But maybe the Goethe Institute that is present in Brazil and that is so skilled in organizing, come on and up in front, it's no problem, we have a lot of space here. And the Goethe Institute is very versatile and very knowledgeable in organizing events, and they have small black books with contacts in there, and they can invite these people, and it's easy for them. And they don't have to pay money because they already pay the people that are there. They already have the rooms that are there. So it's also easy, bureaucracy-wise, to give room or make a space. And it's easy for them because they can say, look, we organized this great meeting with civil society. This is exciting. This is new. We have, the digital community coming to us. Isn't that great? So that is a benefit for them. It's a benefit for civil society. If they invite people from government, which like to come because they know the Goethe Institute, this is a, secure ground for them. So they come and they maybe have the trust to talk with civil society there. And that's an example of what we can ask for. And it's easy for them to, or for most of the times, it's easy to give. It's not a big ask. Maybe we also just need meeting space. Nobody else has to be there, but, just a bit coffee and a room. That is often something that helps a lot. Maybe there's technical collaboration. Maybe we want to be included in syllabus for education with some things. Maybe you want to have a guest speaker somewhere, So this is the hard part now because this is up to you now. What could you? I'm interested. I'm the government. The German government is already excited. They say, oh yeah, the Wiki movement is so great. How can we help you? And then I'm stuck a bit. So one easy ask was, oh yeah, you can invite every community member in your dialogues and your partnerships. And they say, oh yeah, okay. Do you have contacts? So with the help of Ziski and the help of the foundation, and I have a contact, I got emails from the 11 countries and they get informed when there's this meeting in Korea or in Israel or in Ghana that they can come, right? So, but that may be a problem with personal security too, who will give his contact or her contact. So, yeah. So that's it. That's my presentation. So you can have a look at some people joined. Here are these 11 countries that are already included in the International Digital Dialogue. But maybe there's something else. Anybody? Europe, maybe? But I do have a question. Yeah. How do you get on the list of the countries? How do I get? Oh, yeah. I don't know. The list of the countries. The list was designed previously. Before this is not we didn't contribute to anything. It was there. I only saw that there was a list, and Israel was quite new, and that is a diplomatic work. And the problem also was with a meeting in Germany that they separated the governmental diplomatic team and the political delegations from the rest. And then they put it back together only in the last session, which was a pity because it should be a conversation and a dialogue, and I complained, and probably they do it. But you have affiliates and friends all over the world, and maybe we can help. And they know.
Question that you have.
Raise attention for the wiki projects in these educational rearms, and one example would be the and that might spark interest, and you say, well, we want more. And we want more cooperation. Maybe there is a German, whatever, other university in your country that we can collaborate with or something like that. So that is a good example, yes. Okay, we have 8 minutes left, and I'm wondering, is there something you came with expecting from this session that has... Yes, please.
Good morning.
Hi.
My name is Woja Emmanuel. I am from the Wikimedia South Sudan. Mm-hmm. my country is not part of this digital internet. But then I came with an anticipation of getting to learn more about this because my country is one of the youngest in the world. We celebrated 14 years of independence just a month ago. And in my country, we've had challenges dealing with Wikimedia projects. At the moment, we do only handle Wikipedia and Wikilab's monuments because of the level of education in my country. At the moment, we only do have about 20% of the people who are educated, and that contributes a lot. At the moment, what we requires constant trainings, workshops, and movements to parts of the country, movements to parts of the country and in the country. And some of the things that we've been, like the Sud wetlands, of course, which is one of the vast in Africa, and also the wildlife migration in the region. My country has the largest animal migration projects in the country. A bit hard. People do not know the intentions of the intentions and the use of
Are we good to go?
I think we are sure. We are good to go.
We're starting in 30 seconds. We can start, or do we tell us when we start?
We start. I think we have already started technically.
All right, people. We're going to start now. 4 speakers. My name is Birgit.
Lorenzo, Eugene, Mako.
And we also have 3 supporters and additional members of a PTAC in the audience. So later on, when you have questions, we all may answer the questions. Also want to leave about half of the time we have for the session for discussion and Q&A with this group. All right. So quick recap of how we got here. So you all may have been heard of or been involved in movement strategy. So there was one recommendation called coordinate across stakeholders. And that recommendation specifically called for a technology council. And out of that, the creation of a product and technology, the Product and Technology Advisory Council has been created in October 2024, initiated by Selena, who is sitting here, our Chief Product and Technology Officer. The goals of the PTAC in the original proposal were bring a group together who can give advice on high-level strategy, planning, and progress in the contributed communities when we talk about product and technology developments. And the second one, align the interests and processes of technical volunteers, affiliates, and WMF. So that was the scope of our initial proposal, but we shaped it a bit as we actually started working on this. So who's PTAC? 3 people are representing the WMF, Selena, myself, and Rita Ho, our Director of Design. We have 8 volunteer representatives, most of them, or some of them here in the room. Eugene, Lahi, Putnik, Sohom, Vedice, Gorilla Warfare, sorry, I need classes actually. And Benjamin, who is here, and Fimustak. We have 2 affiliate representatives. One of them is E. Porto from Wikimedia Brazil, and one of them is Jonathan Frayne from WMDE, here in the audience. And 2 members of the WMF board, Lorenzo here on stage, and Luis in the audience. And we got support from facilitators and data analysts from the foundation as we work through the topics in the PTAC. Kadim is here. Sorry, Kadim. Sorry, how could I miss you? So there was a selection process and a call for participation and an open nomination process, and you can read that all up on Meta. And in that, we provide consultancy and have ad hoc working groups on specific topics, and usually that will end up in a write-up and a summary on Meta. And we have an internal Slack channel for ongoing conversations in the group. The focus areas and activities of the group so far had been
4 sort of major areas of emphasis for the foundation in terms of product and technology decisions. Mobile experiences, new user experiences, image uploading, and administrative growth and satisfaction. And for each of these, we were presented with a range of data about the nature of the challenge, and then of course we all had our own sort of expertise, and we discussed each of these sort of goals and these challenges. And the goal was over the period of, I don't know, 3 days, 2 days, several days, to come to a consensus among the group as to which of these areas we wanted to prioritize with real impact. It would actually sort of show up as a reflection in the annual plan, and there were like some, substantial amount of additional resources that would go towards supporting this this area. And so this was both an opportunity for us to like sort of help build a process for doing this, and also to actually make a real impact in terms of the way in which the foundation product and technology team is sort of deploying resources to sort of fit these challenges. So I'm sort of skip to the end. Our initial recommendation, which we actually came to with more consensus in the group than I think I was expecting at the beginning of this, was a decision to prioritize mobile. I think that and in particular mobile contribution experiences, we thought that as a group we felt that this had the greatest potential for impact of both attracting new both readers and editors, and that there are some real opportunities to improve sort of admin workflows. That we're working with resource constraints, which of course the foundation has. That we recognize that like the things that we chose not to prioritize are also very valuable, and it doesn't mean that the foundation is not doing that. It just means that this like extra emphasis is going to be focused on this, at least during this particular year. And I think that we welcome feedback on this particular proposal, or the outlines of it that I've done here, or the text if you've seen it in the context of the discussion later. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Eugene.
Yeah, regarding improving communication and coordination, which is actually ongoing work, we split our team into 2 different facets, and we are currently having discussions on how we can better communicate regarding products and also experiments that are carried out in the movement, and principally by the foundation. But we have 2 main questions during our discussions. How can Wikimedia Foundation improve in its product communication, in interaction with communities across the movement? And also how can the WMF build understanding and support for experimentation and product iteration? So in all these, in both of these groups, we also had to look at some few things like problem statements. We openly thought about some of the existing problems and had some discussion on the next steps. Communication is going to be done, I think, soon. I think it's under compilation at the moment. And we also, with regards to experimentation, which I would like to highlight, we know the foundation is involved in some project experiments, and we sort of like looked at the issues which kind of comes between the foundation experiments and community reception, so kind of the blockers. So expect to see some of the things which make communities not get information in time, and why. Pass to Lorenzo.
Okay, so this is the work we have done so far. The idea now is to switch to, it's to use the rest of the time that we have here, which is more or less 25 minutes, for discussions, questions, and feedback on any of the things that we have talked about or more. We welcome any question or comment on what PTAC has done so far, or the things we have presented. And also we welcome your feedback on the things that we are working on right now and that we plan to do in the coming months, especially on your reflections on the communication of technical topics, and on challenges on the experimentation in the Wikimedia movement. I would also note that we are now joined by another PTAC member, Farah. So, even more of us here. If anyone has anything that wants to say, I will go to the room with this microphone. Yeah.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. in terms of the recommendation, is there a plan? Like, what's the long-term plan? Will there be like further recommendations in the future on some periodic basis, or is there a plan to kind of evaluate the impact of this recommendation and whether you think it's been kind of met, or yeah, what's the sort of long-term plan there?
So we do have.
Go to
Okay,
if
sure.
you use
Yeah, I
this
see.
microphone, I can use this one.
So, I mean, as part of the recommendation, we do have descriptions of like kind of metrics and ways in which we would evaluate it. I don't know what the plan is for actually looking at those things. I think that, I mean, this is our first time doing it. So I think that is, we have put effort into ensuring that our recommendations and the kinds of proposals that we're putting out there are the kinds of things that we can evaluate whether or not we're making progress on it. I'm not sure what the answer is to that. Selena, you may have some more feedback.
Well, I'll just say, in defense of Mako, he was just on a month-long biking trip, and he discussed this a little bit. Yeah, at the last meeting. Yeah, and but the plan for the PTAC was that this is a one-year pilot, and so for the next few months, you know, we have work to do, like in the group, but we're also like evaluating like what was the impact of the recommendations that the group made, and that will inform like how to proceed. You know, should we keep with this kind of a structure, or does the group recommend something different? And you know, I'm speaking like on behalf of like the whole group. They're all like talking about that. Like, does it make sense to continue doing this? And some of the work that Kadim has been doing is going through like all of the different streams of work at the foundation that are related to the first recommendation about emphasizing like mobile product work. And then that'll be part, I think, of the input back to the group so that, you know, they can kind of see the effect of the recommendation.
And even the example of the second, the two kinds of things that we presented are very different kinds of work that the council can do. And so I think that we'll see, and I think that your feedback on the kinds of things that you would think that you could see an organization like this being. I mean, the charge and the movement strategy process was pretty vague, and so I think that we're absolutely engaging in conversations as a group about what would make a group like this, which has, I think, a pretty unique sort of set of skills and sort of resources and backgrounds from a range across the community, what could make us most impactful and valuable. So I think that that's another type of discussion and feedback that we would welcome here.
You covered it.
Okay. There's a question up here, and then one back there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation there. I found the prioritization exercise really interesting, both hearing you talk about it now and seeing some of it on Wiki. You mentioned the caveat that the three that were not chosen for prioritization, there's still an acknowledgement that those are important as well. With that sort of shared understanding that we have, I'm interested if you could go into some of the considerations that made you not choose those over mobile editing.
How are you? I remember in particular there was, we voted on it, and there was the top two choices. So I can comment on, we tried to merge them into one, so the new editing was, oh, okay. That's too personal. Okay, so I remember we voted on the situation, and then the top two were chosen, and the new editing was the second equal choice, and so we tried to merge them. So that was one thing of saying it. But effectively speaking, that we thought that the mobile prioritization had the best approach for extending impact towards the other options, and then the other options, such as like image uploading, was isolated to the Wiki Commons. And so we wanted to have something that had an impact for one, Wikipedia, which has impact on other projects as well. And so it's kind of a way of maximizing our impact with limited resources. Yeah, so I'm not saying like which ones were highlighted there, but also merging between the two.
One other piece too, we looked at projects of sizes that we could actually address given the resources and scope we had and the time we had for this one. So things that were too big that we wouldn't be able to address in this were already filtered out.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Kelsey. My question is, once you make a decision, sort of beyond publishing it on Meta, how are you all thinking about sharing your thinking and decisions back with local communities?
We don't have a great plan for who's going to answer these. I mean, I think this is but we do have a channel.
Say that we are trying to get a stand on the second floor. You can still talk to us tomorrow and next tomorrow concerning your words or inquiries.
Yeah, actually, I'm thinking of the part of the community which is also take into consideration the needs of that part of the community who lives on your line, so is not at events, and who is not represented by a particular volunteer in the council, because...
Okay, that's maybe even more important one, yeah. You want to cover that?
Yeah, I can cover that. Okay. Yeah, it's a great, really important question. And I think it's a question that's not unique to the PTAC. You know, all of us kind of face this in the different aspects of our contributions to the movement. One thing that we thought was quite effective was the work to gather input from the Global South on the ways in which the technology, you know, there are many recommendations actually that came from the group that Joao, and I don't know if there's anyone else here that worked on that recommended. Eder did, but Eder's not here. I was just Joao, is there anyone else at the conference that worked on that report? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Tanvir. So there was a report and a really great piece of work that was put together, research that was put together about the needs of the Global South in the movement. That was one of the inputs to the PTAC to think about, like, what are the ways that we can best make a recommendation to the foundation on how to prioritize. So I think, I mean, like in terms of like effective ways that the movement can mobilize, I think doing pieces of research like that and mobilizing groups and then like having a body that can actually like take that input on, I think that that might be a way for us to manage input.
Larger groups very seriously, and that means like going back to their communities and asking and thinking.
See their role in governance of software development or the strategy for software development. What's your view on opportunities for decentralization of software development?
Can someone repeat the question, please?
I heard it was like, how do you think about decentralization? What is the group's feeling about software development and decentralization of software development?
In the movement?
Yes.
Okay. We have not discussed this as a group, right? So I can't share my perspective. I can't share a group perspective. We could take it on and come back. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I think that like Soham, who's not here, has brought this perspective, sort of is most active in this group, and I think sort of represents to some extent the position of people that are doing sort of extension development or other sort of like more decentralized aspects of software development. And so I think that perspective is something which is brought up in our conversations, but it hasn't been a thing that we've discussed in particular, but it's a thing we'd be happy to bring back to the group. I agree, it's important.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. So hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a comment which is less about the prioritization and the work you're doing and more about the learning and the way that this committee was set up as part of one of the experimentations from the Wikimedia Foundation around changing the way, to some extent, the governance of the movement in general works. And I was wondering, in terms of establishing a committee, and we've established committees in the movement forever, in terms of making sure that this has a lasting impact. And though I think mobile is really important and we need to prioritize, and this was part of the recommendations of the Wikimedia affiliates from the Global South, we could have reached this without this committee to some extent, but there is a participatory level that goes even beyond what we have achieved as in terms of agenda. And my question is, so from this committee, how do you see this as having some sort of leverage or lasting impact on the way that the governance of product and technology is working on the movement, even beyond just a priority?
Yeah, go ahead. One thing that comes to mind is that this is is one of 4 pilots that we started last year, and those were taught really as pilots in terms of changes in the movement governance that came out of both of discussions in the movement from the movement strategy and from discussion in the MCDC work. So overall, being pilots, I'm not really sure what will happen after 1 year or 2 years, because we have to see what are the results and how they work. But they are meant from the beginning as ways of experimenting and trying different things on how we do things in the movement and how we can better engage different parts of the community and improve the work of foundation together with the rest of the movement.
I want to add one sentence to that. I feel like, so I have been serving on quite a few committees in the Wikimedia movement over time. I would say what is the key difference for this committee is that we apply a very data-driven way and metrics-driven way to look at the questions and the challenges, right? And I think that has more chance to have a lasting effect, because you learn to talk and think about things differently as a group, right, from volunteers and staff together, and that puts things a bit more into proportion when how we usually do work and discuss work in committees. So I feel that has a huge benefit and is very unique and new to my experience with committees, at least in the Wikimedia movement.
I would just say that I think that the particular proposal, even if the proposal, like the prioritization, really set things off in a radically different direction that wasn't the way that it was going to be otherwise, it's still a 1 year sort of proposal.
First phase of movement strategy, doing needs assessment, what we need in our region to, to be able to identify gaps, what we need, what is important, what should be. After discovering that, after having all that assessment, we now had feedback from the communities, and now we had something to do. So since last year, okay, yes, so we were chanced to get a next phase grant from WMF to implement our second phase of movement strategy. So as you understand, we are 3 countries, and the countries are a bit bilingual. Rwanda, we speak French as well as English. DRC, a big number, they speak French. Burundi, French and English. And as you can understand, we are not that old communities. We are young communities. We are trying to grow organically with on our pace. So after being able to identify all the gaps, we had now to start putting in place the projects under the Great Lakes. From August 24th, 2024, we started that phase. We had more than 110 participants from 3 countries, and also other members from neighboring countries who joined us to introduce the the activities in the second phase. So DRC members, Rwanda, Burundi, but also some other members from Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, who came to support and also to understand, since we are a bit ahead in implementation. Also, in the second phase, we did a survey to now try to understand, in the movement ecosystem, there is a lot of projects, but we wanted to know what would be the priority for us, for our communities, what can be of easy to achieve the impact we want to make. So as I can see, some of the community members replied different answers, you know, but we wanted, first of all, to know which kind of age group we are looking to know who we are working with, which they prefer. Most of them, they prefer to learn how to edit Wikipedia, Wikidata, this basic project. And yeah, then we started workshops. So our workshops wasn't that easy because in the last year we had a challenge of political instabilities among our countries, but it also did not hesitate us to continue with our project. So we could be able to organize in-person workshops in Rwanda, but also in Burundi and DRC, so we could easily travel because we are neighbors. And the workshops, we started with TOT, or training of trainers, to make sure we train community members who will be to keep training other wide communities in their respective countries. But also we had some online sessions to invite international communities to support us with all they know. Like as you can see on that screenshot, Lozi Goodnight Stephen, she was helping us to understand leadership in the movement. As you understand, our initiative we're working on is invest in leadership and skills development. So she was supporting us and other international community members. We had 4 workshops in Goma, Bukavu, Bujumbura, and Kigali. More than 55 participants participated. On that picture, you can see it's a Burundi community. I think we have Burundians here in this room. Maybe I will call upon them after we're done with this presentation. That one was a workshop in Burundi. We could do, since we had the resources, we had a grant, it was so easy for us to organize a workshop in Burundi, in Kigali, in DRC. And it was really enough for us, and it worked well. As we speak now, our report for this phase has been accepted, and successfully. So more than 50 participants in this workshop, Africa Growth Workshop, participated. The reason why we introduced Africa Growth, I think Florence, she's here, we talked about this last few years when I was asking her to allocate me the invent. Since there are some initiatives have already developed by the Wikimedia community members around the world, why could we develop what is already there? Yeah, what is already there, and implement it. So this is a community in DRC, August 24th, 2024. More than 45 participants participated in 3 countries. Yes, this was a photograph workshop. We are teaching our communities how to upload good quality images on Wikicommons. All of that were the gaps. So I'm trying to learn faster. I have only 5 minutes. So the impact, now we can testify that local leadership is being strengthened, and also increased technical skills from that 2030 movement strategy. And also, we were able to achieve inclusion and diversity. We had some training, including people with disability, young people, women, and also rural areas. We had to form to create clubs, rural countries. In local context, we were able to create an application. You know, currently, young, or what we can call future audience, young people, they are so much interested in other things rather than Wikipedia. So we are trying to see how can we have an app where our community members will be searching and find our event. We call it Wikibuntu. So we post our event there. We put all activities and people will be happy to join to check that through our app. Another promising impact, we did regional strategic 5-year plan already now, and we are really clear and we know where we are going right now. Challenges, of course, yeah, we had one of the challenges that the communication at some point was not easy since we had the political instabilities last year. You know about that, we read news, and also, schedule disruption and also communication problem. Yes, our future perspective, we are working hard to strengthen our ability to work together despite all the political challenges and also logistical challenges, you know, by strategically mobilizing local talents from our region. Yeah. And finally, we have our ambition to become an ambitious regional hub that goes beyond our simple project. This is where we are heading. So, thank you so much. If anyone has a question, you are welcome to ask.
Okay. How do you find editors, people who are interested to write Wikipedia, how to find the new people for this project?
Thank you so much. Such a good question. How do we find editors? In our first research, there were one of the questions asking, do you know about Wikipedia? You say yes or no. Would you like to participate in our community? He say yes, but in my community, they won't allow me to join the internet. Yes, but I don't know where you work from. So we use all that feedback from survey to text or text all the community members who said, yes, I would love to be a member, I would love to participate. That's a simple way we find, but also we have wiki clubs in universities. Yeah. Platform. We use social media platform and also surveys. Maybe something you want to add? Yeah, we have social media platform and other platforms.
So like we present on the face page part, we use a survey, and we have also some social media pages called Movement Strategy in Africa Great Lakes in X and Instagram.
Yeah, and diffs meta pages. Allow us to have one more question. Quelqu'un qui va utiliser français, c'est bon.
Ok. Ok. Moi, je veux parler en français. Voilà. Moi, en tout cas, je salue l'initiative, cet effort. Et en même temps, il y a une question concernant le défi sociopolitique dans la région, puisque c'est un projet Great Lake Grand Lac. Et en tout cas, parce que nous, on voit de l'actu et des problèmes qu'il y a, par exemple, le Rwanda et la RDC au niveau politique. Comment vous, en tant que groupe, vous essayez de relever ça, de surmonter ça pour avancer dans la stratégie sans forcément... parce qu'avec les risques d'être peut-être considérés comme des traîtres, des collabos, des espions, voilà. Je ne sais pas, est-ce que vous en avez conscience? Si oui, comment avancer malgré cela?
Ok. Merci beaucoup, Président. On collabore avec Wikimedia RDC, Wikimedia Rwanda, Wikimedia Burundi. Et tous ces groupes-là, ce sont des associations à but non lucratif et ils sont aussi apolitiques. Donc, du coup, ce qu'on fait, c'est de rester loin de la politique et qui met en danger, par exemple, les contributeurs. On préfère ne pas organiser des ateliers en personne, surtout à Goma et des fois à Bukavu. C'est pour cela même, vous avez vu d'autres ateliers, on était obligé de les faire en ligne pour éviter à ce que les gens puissent se retrouver dans des milieux où il y a beaucoup d'insécurité. Donc, du coup, on s'est dit que nous sommes des associations apolitiques, donc et pas se mêler avec des affaires de la politique. Donc, pas de publications en rapport avec la politique et on essaie de laisser tout ça derrière. Donc, du coup, pour terminer, vu qu'on a fini la session, je vous avais promis de faire un petit résumé en français. Du coup, c'est un travail collaboratif, collectif, initiative menée par la Fondation qui a commencé en 2017. Et l'objectif, en tout cas, principal, c'est de faire, en tout cas, d'ici 2030, Wikimedia du partage de la connaissance libre. Et du coup, il y a plusieurs travaux qui ont été menés à gauche et à droite pour essayer de faire comprendre aux membres de la communauté. Et nous, en tant que Grand Lac, on essaie de le faire. On a commencé par la première phase à faire des recherches pour savoir les besoins de la communauté. Et après, maintenant, une fois qu'on a eu des besoins de la communauté, on a lancé maintenant des sessions, des hésitathons pour former les gens en rapport avec ce qu'ils ont donné comme besoin. Donc, on a pris le temps. On a dépassé en tout cas le temps. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Maybe to on some. Yeah.
based on the first name of the candidate, and we are starting with Bobby Shabangu.
To ask you to vote for me to serve on the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees. And as to why you need to be voting for me, well, I believe I fit the bill to serve on the board due to my extensive experience in the Wikimedia movement as an editor, in the Wikipedia movement projects, as well as being involved in governance matters. Over the years, I served in a number of strategic and leadership roles, including the movement charter drafting process, supporting the annual plan, the annual program plan process, the APP. I've been involved in that one. And I was also involved in shaping the 2030 movement strategy. And I also currently serve my chapter, Wikimedia South Africa, as its president, which really gave me the first-hand experience of the challenges and opportunities that comes with leading a diverse group of community, such as the one here in South Africa, with different languages, races, gender, and demographics. Moreover, I'm currently the chair of WISCOM, and this is the committee that organizes the Wiki Indaba Regional Conference. I also co-founded the Africa Baraza, a platform that elevates African voices in the movement. And I also sit as an advisor at the affiliations committee. Now, I believe the board must not only guide the foundation's governance, but it also needs to reflect the global diversity of our movement. It also needs to listen to our communities and ensure that our strategy remains inclusive and nimble in a rapidly changing environment, that is dominated by AI currently, and sustainable for the long term. If I get elected, I will bring a deep understanding of both community and affiliate dynamics. I will also bring a strong voice for the Global South, especially underrepresented regions. I will also bring a commitment to ensuring that equity and transparency remain at the heart of our decision making. Looking forward to your vote. Ngiyabonga. Thank you. Merci. Obrigado. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Our second candidate is James Alexander. James comes from San Francisco, California, United States, and has been a Wikimedian since 2006.
to be part of shaping it. Wikimedia's role in this landscape is both fragile and essential. We need to protect our values of transparency, collaboration, and human judgment, while learning to coexist with evolving tools and expectations. That means giving our online and offline communities the knowledge and support to navigate change, and making sure we all do so together. My belief that Wikimedians needed support to stay safe was why I started doing trust and safety work, and why I've stayed in this industry for so long. I want to help prioritize that work wherever it makes sense. Around the world, editing Wikimedia projects can be a political act, sometimes a dangerous one. We need to keep building tools, policies, and practices that protect users, especially in high-risk regions, without weakening the openness that makes our platforms thrive. And of course, none of this matters if we stop growing. Keeping our projects relevant means bringing in new and trust, and your team can take you across even the roughest waters. Our movement needs those same things now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next candidate is Lane Raspberry, also from the United States and a Wikimedian since 2004.
Wikipedia is the world's most requested, published, accessed, and consulted source of information. It's very important. It's the encyclopedia which anyone can edit, and it's also the only internet platform which is self-governed by its own users. Imagine, in comparison, what if on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram, the users set the ethics and values of the platform and the corporation? It's not going to happen there. But in Wikipedia, the editors with accounts, they have a voice. You can vote for trustee. I'm running for trustee. How do you do? My name is Lane Raspberry. I'm user Blue Raspberry, and I'd like for you to vote for me in the 2025 election for Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees. There's a few issues that I'd like to draw your attention to. That right now, the Wikimedia Foundation is proposing to replace some of the text in Wikipedia articles from the content written by humans with content written by artificial. Human curation is important, and that the human editors have an important connection with the human readers who are using Wikipedia. We shouldn't compromise that trust, and we should move much more slowly with ideas like this. We're not only facing technological threats, but also we're facing threats as governments are accusing Wikipedia of spreading propaganda and Wikipedia editors of being agents in opposition to governments. This is not true. We're trying to share neutral, fact-checked information. Editing Wikipedia is not a crime. Wikipedia editors speak for themselves and should be protected from persecution. The reason why we're struggling with ideas, changing to technology, reacting to political threats is because we don't have enough training in volunteer leadership. We've had plans on the table for years to transfer some of the resources that we're spending, like for example in the United States, to other countries around the world so that people in different cultures, language communities, and nations can speak for themselves. It's very important that we proceed with these plans. We've wanted it for a long time. Help me advance these initiatives. Thank you for considering me. Check out the election. I'm Lane Raspberry. Please vote. Thanks.
Our fourth candidate is Michał Buczyński. Michał comes from Poland and has been editor since 2004.
Hello, my name is Michał Buczyński, and for the next 3 minutes I will be the head on the screen, but trust me, I'm much more than this. You may know me already from Funds Dissemination, Strategy and Movement Charter, where you trusted me your votes. Thank you very much for this. Also maybe from my work with the C-Hub, Wikimedia Poland, or any other place. I have been volunteering for the movement for over 20 years, editing, adminning, arbitration policies, building a real-life association of Wikimedians, helping others to do the same, volunteering for the Wikimedia Foundation directly, and more. So, why am I candidating for more work, you may ask? Because I care, and because I believe I have necessary skills for this. We have achieved a lot, but there is still a lot to do, and the world is changing fast. People are attracted more and more by large language models, built for billions of dollars and still often hallucinating and spreading some misinformation. The world needs us more than ever. High quality, democratic, no disinformation but accountable information is needed. But we need to be with the people, improve and innovate. We need to have better tools, support each other, and go to the people. For this, we need to have a great board, and being useful on this board requires a lot. This is a global movement. Hundreds of staff, thousands of volunteers, millions of readers, everyone with very different cultures, 200 million of US dollars budget, a lot of risk, technology, legal issues, and complexity. And speaking of complexity, agreeing on any big change is very difficult here. Trust me, I was drafting the charter. But we still need to try. So I come here, combining two worlds. I know difficulties of being an admin. Editing at night, how many things you need to do to build and run a successful Wikimedia affiliate, how often you fail or struggle, how it is to create with others a hub or successful cooperation. I was working with the other affiliates and Wikimedia Foundation, even drafting hubs into the strategy, and I still care for many ideas of Wikimedia chapter. In the same time, I bring much from my professional life. I do quant banking risk, so I work with people, law, finance, IT platforms, and managing all these things. So I come here to be listening to you, others, and do my best.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Ravan. Hello, hello. Our next candidate is Ravan Al-Tai.
Hello everyone,
from Iraq,
my name
who's been a
is
Wikimedian
Ravan
since
J.
2008.
Al-Tai, and Hello everyone, my name is Ravan J. Al-Tai, and I'm honored to be a candidate for the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees 2025. I'm an engineer, mother of 2 boys, working in energy sector for almost 13 years. I've been volunteering in this movement for over 15 years, and I'm here today because I believe deeply in the power of free knowledge and in the people who make it possible, you. I joined Arabic Wikipedia back in 2008, and since then I've created more than 1,000 articles, made more than 24,000 edits in various Wikimedia projects. Over the years, I proudly founded the Iraqi Wikimedians user group, giving a voice to Iraqi contributors and building a strong local presence in the movement. I've led several projects like Wiki Loves Monuments, Wiki Loves Earth, organized many workshops and editathons and campaigns, and I've written 2 Wikipedia education curricula for Iraq. I co-founded Wiki Women Prize to address the gender gap challenge, and I'm currently a member in the advisory council of Wiki Women Task Force. Recently, I helped launching Wiki for She and Wiki for Minorities platforms that support underrepresented voices. I was a member in Movement Charter Drafting Committee and a former AFCOM member. I've worked as a board governance facilitator for MENA region, and I'm currently a member of the MENA Regional Funds Committee. I represented our movements proudly in the Princess of Asturias Award ceremony in 2015 in Spain. I'm running because I want to ensure that the board listens to communities, understands their real needs, and acts on their priorities. I bring on-the-ground experience from underrepresented regions, especially the Global South, and a deep understanding of how governance decision impact volunteers. My vision is for more inclusive, accessible, and transparent movement where every Wikimedian feels empowered and valued. If you share this vision, I kindly ask for your support and your vote. Let's bring the Wikimedia Foundation closer to its communities together, and thank you for your trust.
Thank you. Thank you. And our last candidate is also from Poland, Wojciech Pędzi, who has been a Wikimedian since 2006.
Hello, I'm Wojciech Pędzi, and I'm standing as a candidate for the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees. I come to you not as an outsider, but as someone who has been part of the Wikimedia community for almost 20 years. First and foremost, as an editor. I began contributing in 2006, and over the years, my commitment to the values of free knowledge, collaboration, and community have only deepened. My journey started with editing Polish language Wikimedia projects, and that experience shaped everything that I've done since. I've served the community both online and offline, as a volunteer, a steward, which means I was awarded the highest levels of trust among the project's volunteers, an event organizer, one of the chapter leaders, one of the region's leaders, a translator, and recently an avid concert photographer. I was active in Wikimedia Polska for over a decade, where I've taken on governance roles, helped shape the strategic direction of the chapter, and supported community growth. But at the heart of it, I've always remained close to the editing community, because that's precisely where I came from. I bring not just the experience, but perspective, grounded in the daily realities of contributors, balanced by organizational leadership. Professionally, I've worked in education and logistics, and I have translated books that explore the digital communities like ours, how they evolve, to give me yet another angle on the Wikimedia world. If elected, I will bring the editor's mindset, practical, collaborative, and community-focused, into the board's work. I want to help shape the decisions that reflect the needs and aspirations of contributors around the world. I will work to keep the Wikimedia Foundation connected with the editor communities at its core, to support a thriving, renewing movement with space for all voices, and make sure our governance reflects both our accountability and the spirit of open collaboration. Also, I'll make sure that the world notices and appreciates the Wikimedia projects by donations and by the inflow of contributors who will carry on the missions and who will care, like I do. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity for me to represent myself and to represent us, editors. Wikimedia Foundation's Board of Trustees.
Thank you, everyone. Those are all of our 6 presentations. I urge you to read the candidate statements, which are available on Meta, part of it in multiple languages. The videos you've seen today are already uploaded to Commons. They will also be shown to the voters who will be voting in the elections. Once again, a reminder, out of those 6, we ask you to select the 2 you believe will be the best people to serve on the board of the Wikimedia Foundation. Read their applications, read their visions, read answer to their questions, see what they can bring to the movement, see if they agree with your vision for the movement, and vote informed and vote on merit. Thank you very much. Very good question. The voting system is the same as the last year. We are using single transferable vote. We do not ask you to only select 2. We ask them to rank the candidates according to the ranking you believe they should be on the board. Highest is the candidate you agree with most. Lowest is the candidate you agree with least. And this system will produce the 2 candidates which the board will later consider appointing to the board. Thank you very much. Maybe. Okay.
have these conversations. So this is the first time we're doing this type of session, Wikimania. Thank you all for kind of being part of this experiment. And the goal is to take this to a few other events and spaces, which we'll talk about later on. So to start, we want to start with a little bit of an icebreaker for all of you to get to know the people in the room a little bit. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the person you're sitting next to. So turn in a pair, and for a few minutes, how are things different now from when you first started working with and volunteering with the projects?
To also engage with the outside world, to deepen the movement's understanding of those key trends that are affecting us, and to discuss how those global developments might also affect the local and regional contexts. And the third goal is to propose and adapt strategies to stay relevant. And this means basically to discuss possible strategies to respond to those trends that we'll be discussing, and also to generate first ideas into how this can be taken forward in the future, or futures maybe. There will also be an in-person event, and that will be held in January 2026 in Frankfurt in Germany, also where the first Wikimania was held, I just realized. And it's going to be co-designed by the Wikimedia Foundation and Wikimedia Deutschland. And we all want to learn more about the global trends and, as I said, discuss potential movement-wide responses to that. And to get a little bit more into the weeds, we brought you a couple of quotes. One is of a quote from Franziska, who's in the audience as well. She's our executive director. And she envisions this with this wonderful quote, that our goal is to ensure that generations will be able to benefit from the access to free knowledge and share in the creation of the world's largest infrastructure of free and reliable information. And we brought you another quote that Nadie will be sharing.
Yeah, so one other quote here from a UNESCO report last year. I'll give it just a minute because I know it's a longer one. So for many of us here working on the Wikimedia projects, credibility, reliability, accuracy, these are the things that drive us. So learning about how knowledge sources, people are approaching facts, are checking on information, using citations, something that I think a lot of us hold dear. There's a lot of trends, concerning trends in how these are changing. So just one report about on different social media platforms, which is one place that a lot of people are going to for information, how they're approaching that. So something for us to think about. One of the reasons why we want to have this conversation with you all and in the months to come is because these trends are impacting not just our projects, but I think our societies as a whole. So the majority of this session is actually going to be in workshops, and it's going to be in workshops on these three trends, or these three kind of topic areas, where we really want to hear from you. So I'll break down these topic areas a little bit, and then, very shortly we're going to send you off into groups to start talking more with each other. So the first trend here is around knowledge consumption. How are people consuming, finding knowledge? How is that changing from what it's been for the past 20, 25 years? What are sources that people trust? What is the behavior of people when they're looking for information? Do they look to institutions? Do they look to people and personalities? What kinds of platforms are they going to? The second trend here is around knowledge contribution. I think all of us here in this room are knowledge contributors in different ways, because that is what it means to be a Wikimedian. How is this changing? How is volunteering changing online? Where are people contributing their knowledge, contributing facts? How are they doing it? How often are they doing it? I think on our own projects, there are some trends we're seeing, like decline in active editors, that could be concerning. But again, this is really about, we want to hear from all of you about what did these trends mean in your context, in your community, in your projects, and how this is coming to life. And the third trend, Nicole?
Yes, thank you. The third trend is about infrastructure, and I am sure when you hear the term infrastructure, it can mean everything, like it means different things to different people. It can mean technology, it can also mean laws and regulations, it can mean social infrastructure, financial infrastructure. What we mean here by this right now is that Wikimedia, we operate in a challenging environment where online information is increasingly regulated and controlled. And governments, or for example special interest groups, they are creating new laws and rules about how information is shared and managed. And this leads to struggles over who controls what people see online. And at the same time, technology like AI make it easier or even automated to copy and change content, and this is spreading more false or biased information, for example. And because Wikimedia values openness and neutrality so much, this creates challenges, like open platforms, they can be easily targeted by misinformation, and then also new rules may limit our Wikimedia's independence. And this not only makes it harder for Wikimedia to keep Wikimedia a trusted source of fair and free knowledge for everyone around the world, but it also makes it more difficult to convince people and institutions that are outside of our movement to also share open and free content. And this is again resulting in challenges for basically the whole ecosystem of free knowledge. And now I'm going to present a little bit, how are we going to do this? So you can already, I hope you've already maybe made your choices. So we are going to form 3 different groups, and then we'll give you questions to discuss and to gather your input. And you will have a facilitator for each of these groups, and we'll ask you to take notes on stickies and on the Etherpad so that it can be later shared back to the plenary. And please also designate one person or decide who reports back to the plenary after the workout. And we've calculated for maybe 30 minutes in the breakouts. We will come by and do some timekeeping with you, or what's it called? Time boxing, but in a non-violent way. And this is also already the link to the Etherpad. It's also linked in the session description online. And we'll basically also be asking you, how does this translate, all these trends? How do they translate into your context, and what are your own observations for this? And so I'm showing you the trends again, in case you haven't already made up your mind. And we have knowledge consumption. This is Nora, who is going to facilitate that. Nora is from Wikimedia Deutschland's board. And then we have knowledge contribution. Please find Karel from the Wikimedia Foundation, who is going to be your facilitator. And then we have knowledge infrastructure and Friederike, also from Wikimedia Deutschland, to talk to you about knowledge infrastructure. And as I said, imagine how does this translate into your context, your personal context, the context of your organization, your community, your project, and also the world around you that you engage with. What are your observations and experiences? So we have a little bit of an issue that this room is maybe quite small, but we have a large outside area as well. So our suggestion would be for one group, the knowledge consumption group, to stay here maybe on this side of the room, and then the knowledge contribution group stay on that side of the room, and then Friederike will guide the group outside to the nice area outside of this room to talk about knowledge infrastructure. So I would say, please follow Frederica if you want to do this, and then we can see if one group gets too big, then we'll figure out something, then we will improvise. Thank you. See you later, exactly.
Hi Nadia, nice to meet you, Joao.
How are you I think maybe, yeah.
seats. If you can't find your chair, it's probably because we had a circle of chairs here in this room before. It was very good to hear all your conversations. It was nice to see so much engagement to it, like if you heard that anything stood out and so on. So, and I think which group?
We found that aside from some differences, related maybe to data access or content gaps around the world, we are facing more or less the same shifts in knowledge consumption globally. So there is a sort of agreement among the participants that there is a shift into other platforms. For example, social media, more interactive media like YouTube, TikTok, especially young people are less and less using Wikipedia. There is AI summaries on Google, there is ChatGPT, and this leads to less traffic to our projects and also less critical thinking because, you know, you get the answer, you don't have to think to the sources, and this could be a source of misinformation because there is less fact-checking on this kind of information provided to social media, videos, influencers, so there is not attention to the sources, unlike what we do in the Wikimedia movement. And like we are used to on Wikimedia platform, and it's personalized content, so you get a feed, you get a recommendation according to what you like, and the targeting information from the platform, of course, is make things very, very personalized. And we said video content, interactive content, because also of globally used. Also podcasts are becoming very popular, but then sometimes you see contexts in which the audio gets back to text, so it's like double way on that. And of course, as a movement, we need to become more flexible in order to accommodate different and shifted informational needs, and maybe also understanding how to be more interactive, more likable to the readers. And there is the problem of information fatigue. And stability, and there is anything else that I forgot to mention?
But knowledge contribution here as well. Wait a second. We put the Etherpad link up as well, so if someone could also help documenting the summaries, that would be super helpful. Thank you. Please now go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about knowledge contribution. And knowledge contribution starts with where consumption. So where do people contribute to places things that they consume? So if they're consuming YouTube, they're consuming TikTok, that's where they're interested in contributing, not so much Wikipedia unless they're already reading it. And of course, it depends a lot on the ease of access and use. So a lot of the newer platforms have easier tools to contribute, making an income from it. People don't often actually make that in practice, but at least there are possibilities there, while Wikipedia is basically taking your resources from you. And how do we deal with that in the current age? Do we have more incentives? Do we think about it differently otherwise? How can we establish a sense of belonging and bridging the gaps? How do we have cultural relevance? Wikipedia doesn't cover a lot of the topics that are relevant to different countries, that are relevant to different generations. A lot of the things that a lot of the celebrities that people follow who are younger aren't on Wikipedia. To encourage people to contribute, and that is very dependent on what suits them, and people are not necessarily in the mood to contribute in the traditional way, or limited number of people.
Great. And I think we also talked about how people are using their phones instead of desktop computers. I think that there are a lot of things that are really a mirror with the knowledge consumption chart, thinking about where people exist and live online, and how there are just so many more options than there used to be for places that people can contribute, whether those places are sound, good digital preservation, unbiased, or whether they're not safe for people. But I think that we just are in a much more complex environment than we used to be, where there are lots more options. So I think that there was a lot of conversation about the kind of
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And now we have the last group, knowledge infrastructure. Friederike, are you doing the summary? Thank you.
I thank my group for helping me so much doing this group, so I volunteered then to present it. And the assessment was that we can see information in general from different perspectives. And yes, and of course there's climate change. So that is a clear trend. So does it affect us? That was...
Laptop doesn't have energy anymore, so if someone has... laptop doesn't have energy anymore, so if someone has... can help with that wall and with the movement. So... with that, thank you very much. As I said, we did this at the beginning of the event. We'll be here throughout the event, so please come and find us, talk to us, and see you here or see you on Meta. Thank you. All right.
Suggestion, wen man einlädt für die 100%.
Stationary is a documented version?
No, it's not. Yeah, partly, but no, you can just leave it here. It's the event. There's a box for the Stifter. And stickies, you can maybe just put them down there and take it back. So ideally, you can send me an email. Okay. Vielen Dank. Ich glaube, das ist eine sehr gute Idee war, dass wir dich gefragt haben. Weil, ich glaube, weil das Thema für dich einfach auch, also du bist eine von bei uns, die sich mit dem Thema auskennt.
Danke, ja, mega. Das war ziemlich cool und
Hi.
lots to be done.
Hi, good to see you. Thanks for
joining the session.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for hosting it.
Our pleasure.
Evelyn is always invaluable again.
Danke, dass du da warst.
You're so cute together.
Yeah, we are great. We are great. A great team.
It's good to see you. So amazing together. I love seeing you both on stage.
Yeah, it was
There you are. I love you. Look, there it is. Look, you can just look at it. It's just there.
you might be called on to also be involved in some of the answers and the questions and the thing, because this is not just about the 5 of us who are up here. Okay? All right. Okay, so are we good? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for joining us here today for the governance models across the African movement. Today is more of a talk shop about what currently exists and what people are looking forward to and what they're planning towards. My name's Isla. I am, for those of you who don't know me, I am the co-executive director of Wiki in Africa, a Wiki 2000 involved multiple initiatives across Africa in order to activate the African community and to drive content about them in reality to Wikipedia, the Wikimedia project. With us today, it's all right. You're not the last one. With us today, we have Candy from Botswana. We have Herschel from South Africa, Wikimedia South Africa, who's not here yet, but he will be. Lamore from South Sudan. And then we have Toshi, who's all on her own over there. Toshi Precious from Nigeria, from the Igbo Wikimedia user group. We'll get back to you guys while we wait for Romeo to turn up. But in the meantime, we're going to do a bit of, sorry, let me get on to this. Yes. Oh. There. Sorry, bad driving. So first of all, I'm going to ask people here who's in the audience, how many of you are a user group, an officially group? I'm going to ask people here who's in the audience, how many of you are in a user group, an officially affiliated user group? Raise the hands up high so I can see. Okay. How many of you are planning to join a user group? Martin, you don't count. You can count, but who's planning to join or planning to register their user group? Are they in the planning process? Anyone? Okay, we have 1.5 hands. And who's in a chapter? Yep. All right. So as you know, there are the bodies, the models for community kind of organization across the movement. And, went too far? Okay. So when I started in 2011, there was like a fairly, there was a South African chapter. There was a Kenyan chapter that was just about to be closed down, and there was, I think there was a chapter in Egypt, and that was it. There was nothing else. And then this graphic is from July of this year, and there are now 34. I counted them individually because there's no space where it tells you how many user groups there are in Africa. 37 affiliated Wikimedia user groups from 29 countries. So that's quite an expansion. And then one remaining standing chapter in South Africa. That's the little blue one at the bottom. And that's a huge amount of change in quite a small time. So, 4 years, 14 years? There's been, and there are many communities that are at different of development. And so I think there are many communities because nobody comes to the Wikimedia world going, I'm going to be involved in governance. That's not why you join. And so I think it's really important that people who are organizing to the stage that they have to then organization or a collective of, come in. Here's our last panelist, Romeo. Have some support, even if it's just knowing what other people are getting up to. I think sometimes when you're doing a Brave New World, you think you're doing it alone, and we aren't. That's the point of community. So the whole point of this panel is to talk through these things, and some of you at Wiki and Daba would have been, like Donation, who were on the panel with me then, of which it was a great session there, but just to show the difference between what a chapter needs, what a thematic organization needs, and what a user group needs. So obviously the green boxes, or the check marks, are the ones that are absolutely needed. But the things that you don't need are to be legally incorporated, or to have bylaws, or to have 2 years of activities prior to applying. So those are kind of like quite free, lacking in restrictions. So it allows for quite a lot of movement. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's been such a proliferation of user groups across Africa recently. Right. So for this, going back to... So what we're going to talk about here is the paths that we took to, excuse the popping, the paths to governance, what kind of governance structures people are currently working under, what kind of strategy are worked, boards, and any considerations along the way. We're going to try to get through those, but these are long discussions, so hope you'll bear with us.
Sudan. What stage are we in? We're just like technically 5 months recognized now as a user group. So yes, there's like a couple of things that are just catching up. So we are at that awesome stage of growth and learning and whatever that means. Yeah, so thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Herschel Jackson. I'm from the South African Wikimedia chapter. We are quite far in our process of governance. We've been around for many, many years. We were created, I think, in 2012, and so it's quite a lot of years. We are at the stage now where we are trying very hard to focus more on creating clearly defined policies and strategies that not only we can use, but also we can share with our community so they can empower them to move ahead at a more rapid pace. Thanks.
Thank you, Ala. So my name is Candy Trisha Kotliwe, and I'm a program coordinator with Wikimedia Botswana and also the co-founder for Wikimedia Botswana. Oh, am I audible? Okay, my bad. So in the stage that we're in, I would say we're still growing. We're just maybe a bit far behind Igbo. We usually ran our events informally, and we are under, I would say, maybe 2 years being recognized, because we used to be recognized and then we became re-recognized. So we are just gaining traction on actually building the community. So we're at a stage where we're trying to, I would say, learn and see what other communities are doing so that we do the right thing. I'll say, yeah.
And just for a point of reference, so Wiki in Africa is a registered non-profit in South Africa, but we are not affiliated. So I think that the point of this is that there's a few different models that exist within the Wikimedia verse in Africa, but that there are reasons behind it. And I wanted to ask you guys, like, what was the motivation? Because the stages are, there's a few volunteers who get excited, and then they get to know each other, and then they realize that they need to be more formalized in order to access whatever it is, whether it's membership or whether it's partnerships or funding. And so what are the elements that drove you guys to become more formalized and seek, say, affiliation? Yeah? So who wants to go first?
Okay. I think for us, our motivation was based on ownership. Because one thing about when you start like all these movements and stuff, most times there's always one guy. There's one person who comes up with the idea. It's like, hey, this seems to be something that will work. And for some reason, you get to involve quite a lot of other Wikimedians to work with you. But the problem with that is that you have a lot of scattered people who don't know how things work. And what it affects at most cases is the ownership of the entire idea. So people just come, you bring them to train and they go, they contribute and they go. So for us, the idea of the formal structure to be able to get together was to give people, first of all, the ownership that this is a community that all of us could be able to participate, and identifying that all of us have different skills to bring on board. That was like our first motivation, to be able to get that working.
Okay.
Yes.
To give a validity to and visibility.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Toshi.
Okay. So for us in the Igbo community, we started in 2018. And what actually led to us starting a user group was the fact that one of our founding members, Blossom Ozurumba, held this rapid grants project for 6 months, Igbo Wiki Women. And at the end of that project, we realized that we had gathered a lot of women, like a lot of people, mostly women, and we didn't know what to do with these people. So it was like we had followers, but we didn't know what to do with them anymore. And we're like, okay, now our project has ended. What do we do with these people? And Blossom said, we can start a user group. And we actually went to check how we could start a user group, and that was how we checked everything, checked the requirements, and we applied on the 5th of March 2018. We're granted the affiliation rights, and we are 6 years plus now. So yeah, that was how we started.
Candy?
So for us, how we started actually thinking, we should start thinking to how to become a user group again. We recognized that we need to build momentum with the community, because we used to do once in a while run a rapid grant here and there, run events, and it was really inconsistent. And we could see that although our events were quite far apart, there were passionate people in the community who were actually passionate about editing. So how we wanted to actually sustain or retain these people is to possibly have a formal structure, more of like having the user group, and possibly even having more, I would say, the ability to have annual grants with the Wikimedia Foundation. So we just saw it as a structure that could actually help us to gain more traction and be more, I would say, visible to partners and how we represent ourselves. So rather than running informally, it helps us actually gain more visibility within our scope. Yeah, so I would say that.
Thanks, Candy. I think as user groups grow, and you start having more people. So now you have, in South Africa, we've got 12 official languages. So you have a lot of contributors in each of those languages. But as you start meeting together as a community, you start seeing that there's more of a need to do stuff collaboratively. And a chapter enables that. It enables one body to govern or to assist all of its community members in achieving the goals that everyone's trying to achieve, which is to promote their history, their knowledge, their language on the digital domain. So I think that's the benefit of having a more organized structure, is you can do it collaboratively together towards the same goal.
So, so you guys are all affiliated in whichever way. Were there any consequences to going into a more formalized? Sometimes it works for people to, have that very fluid kind of non-formal space. But was there any consequence with it being? It can be a positive consequence. It doesn't have to be a negative one. With being a formalized, visible entity as such, because it doesn't have to be registered. Yeah.
All right. For us, I would say the positive side, definitely it helps us to gain more traction with partners. It helps us actually to know how we represent ourselves and have an identity when we're out there. The maybe pros and cons of it, there's need of clarity with leadership roles. So there has to be, I would say, and we don't have a board at the moment. So with that, it has become undeniable that we actually need a board to actually advise us. We do have friends within the community, within the movement, and we have seen, we learn, we see what's actually needed. And it's not like we have to have arrived to actually get there and do stuff, but we do learn and we're seeing what's actually needed. And we thought maybe having roles within our community, and we realized no, actually we do need actually an advisory board and see how it's actually done, and people who are experienced to have a formal kind of I would say community to advise us. The consequences, I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like more having like clarity within our roles, and also it also helps us. The positive side is that there is visibility for us. We're just not informal, and if we want to partner with our government, they understand who we are, and yeah, definitely that works for us. Yeah.
Anyone else?
So for us, the positive sides were trusted more, just like she mentioned, Candy mentioned. There's this kind of trust, there's this recognition, and there's this like a voice and belonging we have in, should I say, the society? There's a kind of recognition that when we say the Igbo Wikimedians user group, and in Nigeria we are registered as Igbo Wikimedia organization, it's like there's this respect that comes with it. So and when it comes to governance structure, we don't have a board, but we do have a steering committee, and we all work together. We know our roles and responsibilities, and yeah, that's.
Anyone else?
I can maybe talk a little bit.
Okay.
I think the benefits are reach. So when you formalize, it's very easy to reach new partners, not just for you, but for your community. I would say the disadvantage, at least in the initial stages, when you do have a structure, and you mentioned structure, it's a very important thing. You need to have roles and responsibilities. At the initial stages, when you have a board, they take on a lot of the responsibilities, and the biggest disadvantage of that is burnout. Because once you've had a volunteer that's burnt out, you very rarely are going to have them participate long term in the development of your community or your movement.
Yeah. Anyone from the floor wants to talk about any consequences of formalizing their organization before we move on to... Yeah? Irina? Sorry, there's a ladies there.
Hi everyone, I'm Irina from Uganda. I think based on your own stories, which are also similar to the Ugandan community, where we started as a group of friends who are passionate. We know why we are doing this. No one needs to pay us. We have the time, we don't have families and all that. Life goes on and we can't work like that anymore. We are jumping from rapid grant to rapid grant, and it's not working. Yeah, it's not consistent. So we then moved on to formalize in 2018. We registered as an affiliate, as an NGO, got all that bank accounts, we became formal. So the structure helped us in a way that we were more reliable partners to other people. We had structures within, but we were still the band of friends who are like, these are the projects we're doing, this is happening, let's do this, this is happening, we were spontaneous, but legal, yeah? Then we reached a point where we needed to think about 10 years from now, because we were thinking about next month, that month. So when we then went to a stage where we needed to have a strategy for the next 5 or 10 years, that's when we started seeing rubbing shoulders, because we were no longer spontaneous. We had set our direction, and it then led to things falling off. Because we were going a certain direction, we sat down, we had discussions with the community and said, this is where we're going, this is our goal. So the consequence was not everyone fit in the strategy, and people had to drop off. But for those that fit in the strategy, we moved along, and it brought a sense of leadership and proper decision making, which didn't seem like favoritism or why was this done or why, those disagreements between community members or maybe you're favoring this person, or maybe that there's a strategy and that's what we're following. There's nothing, this is where we're all going, yeah? So that's where we are. I don't know where we're going to.
That's what the point of the strategy.
Yeah. We don't know what will happen at that. This is our first time we've had like a sense of direction, and this is where we're going. So I've liked that clear decision making and everyone being on board to where you're going. And if they are not, they're like, I'm not, and they step away, and it's not like in a bad way, and they're ready to come back when we align with what they want. But the problem has been that we realize we can't do everything.
Yeah, and I think
we
that's,
let it go. Yeah.
That's in some way a relief, yes? Because you're like, okay, we don't have to do all 500 like contests that are there. We can just decide which ones and then concentrate on those. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah?
So maybe it's a little bit different in our country. In my country, the moment you register and you're an organization, the expectations from the community members and the community you're in changes drastically. And that comes up also like from the government. So the moment you are now an organization, they begin expecting you, number one, you must have an office. You must have certain things which are there, which those things are sometimes resource demanding.
Yeah.
Now, the shift from a group of friends where you could just meet, have meetup points, to now a strategic location where you can be, you realize that that thing all now begins becoming draining towards resources. Now, some of these things are not available in budgets, more especially like for you if you're still young and you're catching up with the grants, it's not available really, and you tend to get into a lot of issues. Now, the problem is also when you're in that space, that's when, like, she mentioned something about rubbing shoulders, which is like a real thing. Now,
the politics.
Within the members, you begin realizing people are like, oh no, why is this person being put in this position? Yet I was the first in this community than this other person. But now, when you're now registered, certain times you want to put people in position because of their qualifications, no longer as friends. Now, that becomes a little bit dangerous. And it causes quite a rift and a lot of stuff. But there are a lot of advantages to actually being registered. Thank you.
Martin has his hand up. No.
Hi, thanks for sharing the stories on your first steps. Also on creating another user group. And I noticed that it got more difficult since the last reform of, from the foundation, the letter of intent and an interview and such. And I've also recently seen the draft on towards a healthy ecosystem of Wikimedia organizations. So a new proposal for Wikimedia organizations in general. Bobby Shabangu was also involved in creating this. I wanted to ask you, are you aware of this? Will that affect your user groups as well? Have you already considered this or taken a look at that?
Anyone?
Yeah, so from a chapter perspective, we are aware of that eco paper. I think it's I think it's a good paper. I think it clearly defines what is needed in the movement, but I think there's still a lot of work on action items, what needs to happen next after people consider that, and I I think that that's something that will come out in the next couple of months. But yeah, from a chapter perspective, we are aware of it. I'm not sure about the other community members.
Yeah, for us, we are also very much aware of it. And as also a member of AFCOM, where I'm personally, and my community as well, we are kind of paying attention and trying to digest this as much as possible and to know what's the way forward or what further contributions we have to make to it.
Yeah. So, as many of you have already referenced, to survive the storms of growth, so once you've formalized, there's always an aspect of growth. What did you put in place? Like, what did you put in place first in order to formalize your structure, like to create a structure around the organization that you created? Like, what were your priorities? Were there policies that were specifically important to you? Have you even created policies? Like, what was the first kind of like organizational kind of elements that you implemented? Anyone? Or have you? There's no judgment here.
Okay. We're not perfect yet. We're 6 years. We're still growing and learning. For us, what we needed to put in place was the fact that there needed to be clear guidelines on decision making. Who handles what? Roles and responsibilities were included as well. Who handles what? How is this supposed to be? Like, we're a non-profit, we registered in 2022, so we do have to also be accountable to the Nigerian government. So it means that annually we needed to do an audit, and we also needed to do this clearance with the Corporate Affairs Commission as well. And we also did put together our bylaws, the things that guided us. And we as a community, we also needed to make sure that we were as transparent as possible to avoid conflict. So when you as a community member, you know your rights, and you also do know how to, or what requests you can make at a particular point in time. And we also did make sure that we had like clear guidelines per se on how community members were also like the major part of what we are doing, because we're not doing it for ourselves. So they were very much inclusive and included. And we did have a steering committee, which is also from our community members. And for that, we made sure that we had like clear diversity, that the people who were part of that steering committee were sharing the same vision and goals with us. And there was both like regional diversity per se, and there was also like the skills that we were lacking as community leaders. We also needed to get that filled through the steering committee. So that's like how we tried to build our own structure. And like I said, we are still learning. We are very much open to making sure that we fail and fail forward. And we also do fail as fast as possible, because we keep trying new things. So we are very much open-minded in the Igbo community. And we get advice from the community as well, both in terms of programs and some other things. So yeah, that's how we try to.
All right. So for us, it's more of I think it's more similar to what Dochi said. What we do is we have shared the friendly space policies, the universal code of conduct, and with our bylaws, we have done a trial and error where we have recognized, actually our constitution needs to be, maybe some things need to be adjusted due to things maybe that would happen within our communities. And we realize actually what happens when we have conflict, how would we actually maybe rectify or mitigate issues when we actually encounter them? Because when we started, it was old bed of roses and it's all good. But as time went on, we actually thought, okay, fine, this is what would have to happen, and we actually have to think thorough of how we actually have our constitution set in place. And then also we have a boot camp that we usually do with our community, where we strategize on what the community needs, and we started doing that last year, and that is one way to actually see what the community needs and how we could actually also provide and actually meet their goals, and how we could also meet the needs of the community, basically. So that said, I think, yeah, more or less similar to what Tochi said, but definitely we are fixing and adjusting, growing as we grow, and we are learning, failing forward, as she said. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so I think for us in our community, one of the most important thing was not like the who should do what, was like the what really needs to be done. Because we realize our community is a little bit different, our way of how we operate, and probably also our geographical location. So we try to first identify, like within us ourselves, what are some of the gaps that we really need to fill. Then who can fill those gaps? And then that also informed now our constitution that we were able to write. For us, it's a little bit like a mandate. Before registering your organization, you need to present a constitution. And so apart from that also being a reason for us to have our constitution, I think it came earlier because we're like, oh, what do we really need? So that informed a list of things that we really wanted, and we're able to draft a simple constitution, which we are actually soon going to amend because a couple of things there were not working with the first team that we had. So yeah, and that actually was how we decided to,
Yeah. So constitutions are living documents, even though the governments don't normally feel like they are. But we are also going into the process of changing our constitution as well, or at least amending it. And mainly that is also to fit in with the government's changes and the government's acts too. So there's a, what we need versus what they need. Yes.
Okay. This is a question. It's just a question I would like to ask the community leaders. Okay. So I understand that managing people can be difficult, whether you're big or you're small. And I would like to ask that how do you manage burnout? Because I know there's going to be burnout, especially when you're managing a large number of people. How do you manage that within yourself as a leader of a community and your volunteers also? Because volunteer is what makes up the community, and if they're not helping out or doing what they're supposed to be doing as volunteers, it can, I think it can, I would say it can, I don't know what the word to use, but it can put a stop, not a complete stop, but it can reduce the effectiveness of your work. So how do you manage the burnout? And not only that, how do you manage the conflict? Because there will always be conflict, whether personal or in the community as a whole. So how do you manage this? And this is a question for all the communities.
Okay, managing burnout. So, like I said earlier, apart from the steering committee, it's also good, just like Irina mentioned, the people who are joining your community, it's cool to have it that they also share the same vision and the same goals with you, because it makes life way easier. And then, and then you also need to realize that in as much as you're a community lead and they are volunteers, they are also happy to support you, but you just need to get them involved. And then you learn to ask for help. If you ask them for help, they are always willing to help. So I learned to ask for help, and believe me, they are always happy to help. And because of that, you have many people in your community. So a lot of people helping reduce the burnout as well. And even when you have to develop programs, you also have to ask them, what kind of things do you think you need? With that, you're getting input from them. So it makes it easier. Like, you're not running a community for yourself. You're running the community together. So let them know that you all are in this together. You can mess things up tomorrow because you're a single person, and you can get tired tomorrow. But when you have them with you, you can get there tomorrow and then another person will take it up. So just try as much as you can to get them involved. Let them know that, see, we are working on these goals and we are all doing this together. I can't do it alone. I'm a normal human being. They will understand that you're a person. But if you act like you're a machine, I mean, they will expect you to be a machine. And then there's in terms of conflict, it's always a bit tricky. But then you should also try to understand why that conflict started in the first place. So when you understand the reason why that conflict started, it will be a bit easier to know where to start solving it from. I mean, we've had like issues and challenges in my community before. I've had with my community members. Sometimes we like raise our voices, I get angry, and then I just like, someone is like, I think people should just like calm down, just take a deep breath. So sometimes just take a deep breath, think things through, try to see from the other person's perspective. And also, it's also cooler when you people are chatting and these conflicts come from the chat. Sometimes chats can be very confusing. So sometimes it's okay to get on a call. Let this person explain what the issue is. Listen. Don't listen to react. Listen to understand them from their perspective. So it makes life way easier and also easier to like resolve the conflict. If you have to apologize, please do apologize. I mean, we are humans, we mess up, and you're not perfect. I'm not perfect either. So let them understand that you're not perfect. And it helps with resolving the conflict. I don't know if that's like answers your questions, but that's how we work in my community.
I think one of the best parts about, I mean, there are no great parts about conflict, but one of the best parts about it, sorry, this is yours, is that it shows passion. It means that people actually care. So people aren't fight with each other if they don't care. So it's understanding, as Toshi says, but at least you know that they're passionate about what they're doing and what they're involved in. So that's an endorsement in some ways. Yes, at the back. Sorry, there's a...
Hi, I'm Lucas. Toshi said conflict, then I raised my hand. So, thinking about just to give an example of Brazil. In Brazil, we speak Portuguese, and that's all, mainly. But in Africa, correct me if I'm wrong, there are many countries and there are many languages, and one country may have lots of languages, and sometimes people have the idea of creating a user group for the region, and also in the same region they have the idea of creating the user group for the language. And my question is, do you see that overlapping as an issue? Overlapping, I mean, the user groups are competing for the same community and the same resources. Do you notice, is that your perception that this is a problem? And if it is, how do you deal with that issue?
So that's a fabulous question. And I think Toshi and Herschel are probably the best people to answer this at the moment, but obviously everybody else can chip in. But because Nigeria is a particularly good example of what you're talking about, and I think there's been some murmurings about Afrikaans recently. So who wants to do first?
I'll go first. So I don't think we see it as a problem. I mean, we all are in the movement because we want to push our language forward, we want to push our culture forward, and we want to put it in the digital domain. So I don't see there being a problem with two communities like that coexisting and even working together. There just might be different directions or different ideologies that each of the affiliates would like to follow. So in our instance, we are fully in support of Afrikaans Wikipedia going that route if they want to. And we've actually offered to support them if that is their choice and that's the way that they want to go. So I think the two can coexist very easily. I just want to make a comment
Yeah.
before Tachi takes over, just around burnout. A good way to offset burnout is to share the load. So we've had that in our community where we had very few contributors doing all of the work, and that's never ideal because at some point two things are going to happen. That one person or those few people are going to have the knowledge, the institutional knowledge, which is a problem on its own. But the other problem is you're going to have actual burnout where they no longer want to participate in moving the movement forward or your goals forward because they burnt out. They don't feel like doing it anymore. So the way that you offset that is you make sure that you lighten that load by ensuring that there's other people in the community that can assist them with the work that they're doing. And something that we're trialing in our chapter is where we have projects, we have a primary and we have a secondary. So the secondary is normally a junior person that doesn't have a lot of experience, and we are using this as a way to mentor what we see as the next generation of people that are going to move the movement forward. So you have a more senior, more experienced Wikimedian training the more junior, more inexperienced Wikimedian, and this creates a cycle that's repeatable more and more often. And I think that's a way that you offset burnout. I know it's not related to Lucas's question, but I just thought I'd add it. Thanks.
Thank you. Toshi.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have over 5 user groups in Nigeria. There's no competition. And the reason being that we have our goals, we have our visions, and we have our objectives. And so we have our different strategic directions that we're all working towards. We also do collaborate. So when we also have challenges, we reach out. I reach out to Mr. Shola. Please, how were you able to solve this? I've had people from other user groups. Tochi, we encountered this. How were you able to solve this challenge? We all work together. And if it is something that is bothering around Nigeria, we all come together as community leads. There is this challenge about Nigeria. How do we solve this problem? And we rub our minds together. For example, we are working on the national funding channel for Nigeria, and we are all coming together to bring out ideas, develop strategic directions for this. So yes, we all work together. We have our separate goals, but then there's actually no competition. There's no need for it.
I think it's also, in a way, we've seen this evolve. So in a way, Nigeria became kind of like the experiment space or the pilot. And I think initially, because everyone was so focused on this like national, you have to have a national representative. And actually, why? You know, why do you really need to? I mean, it's a good thing when you're starting, definitely, because you're allowing that space to claim. And then, but if you have a very strong linguistic culture in a certain sector, then there shouldn't be a reason that you are competing. You're just allowing one element to focus specifically on an area, and that frees you up to focus on other elements, you know, in a way. So I don't think so they haven't turned into competition. So we've got 10 minutes left, and I wanted to be a bit more future forward now. So I know that a lot of you have been working on strategy. I'm right in the middle of a 5-year, Florence and I are right in the middle, and the Wiki in Africa team on a 5-year strategy process. You've done your boot camp. I know that you guys did it last year, Toshi, and I'm sure like your initial list has evolved into like more structured format. So what's next? Like, what do you want, where do you want to be in, say, 5 years' time? But also, what do you need to get there? Like, what would you want from either the community or from the foundation or from the AFCOM? So, and it's kind of open. We'll start here, but then we'll also open it to the floor. So what are the needs of the organizations going forward and how they want to grow? Yeah? Who wants to start?
Okay, I'll start. I think our strategy, like for instance, as a country, I was there's one main thing that we really want to achieve, that is involving more women into our user group.
You did or you didn't?
We are involving.
You want to?
Yeah,
okay,
but
just checking.
because it's a very difficult thing in our country to get women into the user group.
Yeah.
It's slightly almost impossible, but you can. So we are working together with a couple of other female-led organizations so mainly we can say our strategy is focused on partnerships with other like-minded organizations, also with the government, a lot of it, but also we are looking at how do we involve user groups. There are neighboring user groups who are really good at mentoring, so we should be able to work with a couple of those. So I think that's like where our main strategy is going. But for the next 5 years, we're looking at ourselves actually diversifying, involving, involving more languages, local languages into the Wikipedia. We still have only 3 local languages. We have 64 tribes in the country. So we want to see, at least in the next 5 years, if we can have at least 10 or 15 of those languages having Wikipedia, it would really be very beautiful. So yeah, that is like our way to go. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So for us, I think it's very similar to what Romeo just said. Definitely partnership with and getting buy-in from government. That would be great. To gain more recognition and a sense of identity, I think just to work with schools and different organizations out there like-minded, and definitely funding as well. Just not even just I think currently we're getting from WMF. It would be nice to actually partner and actually get funding outside that. So that would, I think it helps with sustaining our community and making sure there's a future for it. So I would say those are the 2 top.
Yeah, it also gets, if it's local funding, it also allows buy-in from the local ecosystem. Toshi?
Okay, for us, we're looking forward to strengthening our governance structure very well, like building more sustainability in terms of our governance structure. And we're also looking at collaborating more with both external partners to be able to like also get more funding for sustainability to be able to run our projects. And we want to see our projects growing more. We have a lot of readership from the diaspora, and we want to keep increasing that readership. We also do have should I say, writers from the Igbo tribe who make reference to the Igbo community and how much effort we put in the Igbo Wikipedia, and we are always excited about that and want to like make that to keep coming in. So that's more like I'll go for now.
Okay, Herschel?
I think from our chapter's perspective, our big focus in the next couple of years is on mentoring more of the smaller communities so that they can learn from us, learn from the mistakes that we've made so they don't make them themselves. But just in terms of implementation, it's always good to learn both ways. So we might learn something from those communities. And I think that's important for our movement, for there to be more communication between the different affiliates, because there's a lot of learnings that can come out of that. And then just in terms of partnerships, I think partnerships in any community can provide synergies for other communities. So if I'm partnering with a company in South Africa, that company might have reach in other countries, and there's no reason why that community shouldn't benefit from the partnership that I'm making. So that's something that I think we want to focus heavily on in the next couple of years.
Great. Does anyone on the floor have any wishes for the future? It could also be something that you want support in, or that you feel should be supplied by either the community or the foundation entities or whichever.
Sorry about asking question because I'm not
Yeah.
baker right now. So I just want to ask a question, like maybe hot question. I didn't see you talking about the hub. So South Africa hub. Do you have any plan for it? Because hub is quite hot things like now, and
yeah,
is it any difficult? Because as I can see, not any of us, mostly is not part of user group. Is it so difficult to apply for recognized or something, or maybe the elephant in the room because this only can be one chapter recognized in one country. Is it become a problem for you or not?
So, as far as I know, and please everyone can add to this, there's a Wiki Franco hub that's been established, and that's across all of the Francophone countries. So that includes the African Francophone leaning countries as well, let's put it that way. Then there is an East African hub, and I know that they've been talking about it. I don't know how far you guys are along in it. I think there's also a West African hub. Yeah. I don't know what's happening in the Southern African space. Wiki in Africa has definitely tried to stay out of that potential. But it is a good question, because it is definitely it's definitely a way of bridging people in order to make these conversations and that kind of mentorship and two-way conversation happen. But yes, I think in many cases people are just trying to figure it out, what a hub actually is and what that looks like. I mean, it's hard enough at the moment trying to just establish your own organization without doing a regional meta one. So this is specific to more kind of like localized organizations. Yes?
I thought I might make a comment from the point of view of someone who's from outside Africa.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the board of Wikimedia Australia, which is part of the East and Southeast Asia and Pacific region. We have, I think, about 25 countries in the region, and for political reasons, some of them are not active. But we do have quite a few affiliates, including, I think, about half a dozen full chapters and a significant number of user groups. One of the points that's been made during the discussions here is you don't have to have a national user group or chapter, and that's true, particularly if your country has a number of different language groups and it's easier and more sensible to focus on language groups. So you put the case very well for not necessarily having a national group, either a user group or a full chapter, as in South Africa. On the other hand, I can say, as a member of a full chapter from another country, there are some distinct advantages of having a national body, and also in particular of having it as a full affiliate, as a full chapter. The main advantage is it gives you a fair bit more leverage when you're looking at partnerships and when you're dealing with outside organisations such as governments and universities and the like. And also we have found that if you increase the status of a user group to a chapter in a particular country, and that's happened on a number of occasions recently in our region, so for example in Thailand and in South Korea and most recently in New Zealand, it gives you a lot more leverage than you would have as a user group.
Yeah.
And in particular, it's not just a group for users, it's actually a sort of semi-representative of the movement as a whole. And for example, in Africa, if you were to transform some of your user groups into full chapters, as in South Africa, you would add weight to the movement in Africa as a whole, as well as in the individual countries of the particular chapters. So that's an advantage. The other point, and again, this is building on something that's already been mentioned, there's nothing to stop any African affiliate from approaching an affiliate from outside Africa and suggesting some sort of cooperation. It doesn't have to be a sort of mentorship arrangement. It can be, we can learn from Africa just as Africans can learn from us. We're all part of an international movement, and we aim to spread knowledge across country boundaries, continental boundaries, language boundaries, political boundaries and the like. And so anyone who's involved in a group in Africa who would like to interact with a group from outside Africa, feel free to contact any one of us. And also don't feel that that it's more difficult or it's less appropriate for a Wikimedians in a developing to have a full chapter or an active chapter. One of the biggest and most successful chapters in our region is in Indonesia, which is also a developing country, and That's one of the oldest and one of the most successful, and I'm sure they'd be happy to help. I know that I have good interactions with the Indonesians myself, and so we're always happy to discuss any of mutual interest, and feel free to contact any chapter or any group from outside Africa if you
I think that's a great
feel the
idea.
inclination. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to, the time is up, but I do want to answer so as in everything, context kind of matters. And so how things have evolved, and in answer to Lucas's question as well, is Nigeria was a special case. It happened because it's almost like a continent within itself. So it has that complexity and the politics and everything that's involved. But in a way, I mean, how we could envision that happening is that, in a way, the national entity could become almost like a hub, which connects all of those just for Nigeria. So you could just have a Nigerian hub. And so it doesn't, I don't know the implications on the future vision for user groups and for community groups, but essentially that could be something that evolves, naturally, because we need something like that to happen. Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, but then if you look at individual, state groups, so it's not just Africa that has that. Thank you very much for being here, your experience. Thank you to my amazing. I hope that we can all together to reach out for support each other. So. And you guys
You've been following discussions of years at this point around getting to a point of us redefining the model of what the affiliation landscape should look. And even more than the affiliation landscape, we're talking about movement ecosystem, because we're talking about those entities that go beyond just the affiliates or like the traditional affiliates that we know. So I'm going to go super quickly and try to see if we can make some time for actual conversation, the pre-objective of today. So when the board of trustees did not ratify the movement charter, they did put out there 3 pilots to start testing some of the things that the movement charter was going to implement. A product and tech advisory council that it's already going, a global resource distribution committee that was kicked off yesterday, and thirdly, the idea of defining a strategy for what the movement ecosystem should look like. We haven't touched, and I'll get to that in a little bit, what the affiliation model has been in almost 15 years, and we've tried already a couple of times to make some changes in it. However, we decided that before doing all this like strategy and trying to answer questions and like redefine a lot of things that require a lot of complex discussions and understanding, maybe the very first step was to write a paper. So as of a few weeks ago, we published a paper which is called Towards a Healthy Ecosystem of Movement Organizations. This paper was drafted by the foundation in collaboration with different representatives from the affiliate ecosystem, Lucy from Wikimedia UK, Tanvir from CIS India, and Bobby from Wikimedia South Africa. And they basically helped us co-author this, again, very early stages paper that the whole intention of it was to do 3 things. Just define what's the status quo, what is the movement ecosystem landscape as of now, create a list of starting key questions of what are those things that we are asking ourselves about, what needs to get changed, what could be changed, what we could be implementing or not, and start having very early designs of some early recommendations of very first steps. So to emphasize, and I'm going to be a broken record here, the paper is not making changes yet, it's not redefining anything, it's not establishing any new parameters. Is just at least trying to agree on where are we now and what are the questions that we have. So based on that, we were able to say, okay, about 2011, so almost 14 years ago, we defined that there's this ecosystem of composing the foundation, affiliates defined as chapters, user groups, and thematic organizations that had 7 focus areas. And then as time started progressing, we started seeing other players out there. So we have movement partners, which are entities that are not formally recognized by AFCOM, but that receive grants or do entities or do work in the ecosystem that we work in. Then as of a few years ago with movement strategy, created the idea of hubs or pilot hubs, which are this new blurry-ish, but like that continues to get more and more definition, entity that's now part of that ecosystem. And in addition to that, there is an affiliations committee, and that affiliations committee has a charter, which has, among different roles, recognizing and de-recognizing who is a recognized affiliate within our movement. That's the status quo. I can go, I mean, this can be for hours of conversation, but just for the sake of moving forward, we said, okay, if that's the status quo, then almost 15 years later, what are the questions that are rising about it? And the paper started listing them by categories. So questions about the Wikimedia Foundation. How can the foundation help AFCOM succeed to actually continue to determine who gets recognized or who gets de-recognized? How can the foundation continue helping, shaping some shared goals between the affiliates and the other nascent movement players that are around there? Should there set up new clear rules for how there is technical collaboration or technical work led by affiliates? Those are some of the key questions that start emerging, but like I'm going to try to go quickly to like allow for your questions, which is what I really want to get to. With the paper, we also put out some key questions around questions for affiliates, movement partners, and hubs. So for instance, how can we make some changes on how do we de-recognize affiliates or recognize affiliates? Should we change the affiliate types that currently exist? I'm just going to start putting like some of the more tricky questions, like, are thematic organizations still relevant, or should we change those? Are we actually, should we consider how do we coordinate across other committees, AFCOM, LANCOM, the Global Resource Distribution Committee? One of the main questions that keeps coming around is like, should we manage and contain the growth of affiliates? Right now we have over 200 recognized affiliates, particularly a lot of user groups that started proliferating in the last few years. Should that change? How should that change? What do we do with movement partners? Do we recognize them and actually make them like an official category of affiliate? Should we just let them be around and continue to receive funds? Should we restrict what kind of funds do they get? And that takes me to the other key big category of questions, which is around funding. Many years ago, the whole idea why a chapter had more requirements to become a chapter was because they had access to a different kind of grant versus user groups that had more restricted access to certain smaller amounts of grants. In the current status quo, any group can access any kind of grant. And another key hearing is, okay, should that change? Should we go back to a different model where like, again, just chapters could access a certain amount of money versus user groups should access less? What do we do with groups that are currently accessing our community fund or are access to certain smaller amounts of grants? In the current status quo, any group can access any kind of grant. And one of the key questions that we keep hearing is, okay, should that change? Should we go back to a different model where like, again, just chapters could access a certain amount of money versus user groups should access less? What do we do with groups that are currently accessing our community fund or are accessing general support fund and are not even recognized by AFCOM yet? Should that change? And that is where, now that we have a Global Resource Distribution Committee and we have regional fund committees, they hopefully will start helping us put pieces together on how do we answer those questions. But before we get to that, what I really want to hear today, and like take the 15 minutes that we have left before I jump into what's next, what are your key questions? I feel that if you're here in this room, it's because you care about making changes on what the...
What does the ecosystem need to be? Not what does it should it look like, but what does it need to be?
I have several key questions.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah,
and then
sorry. I'm Evelyn from Wikimedia Uruguay. A few key questions around resources. So the paper doesn't say how many resources are distributed to affiliates. It doesn't say the percentage in comparison to other areas of the Wikimedia Foundation resources. So what percentage of the total resources are distributed to affiliates? It also says there are a lot of user groups, but it doesn't clarify how many of those user groups are actually receiving grants and what's the total percentage in comparison to chapters. So those are like my four key questions around resources distribution.
So just to make sure that I understood, like that information that probably it's already around, like how many are you receiving money, what's the percentages, etc., make that more clear connected to the paper.
It's not where they found in the paper.
No, that's what I mean, but like bring it in the paper.
Yeah, it needs to be brought out in the paper, yeah.
Okay.
I'm Alex Over from the Netherlands. From the strategy 2030, one of the key elements was to become in 2030 the ecosystem of free knowledge. Where do we stand now, and what does the Wikimedia Foundation see that has to be done to actually achieve that goal of becoming the ecosystem of knowledge in 2030? And what will be the role of affiliates in that the ecosystem?
Thank you. I don't like, so we're trying to collect questions rather than like getting into conversation, but maybe based on the time that we have, we can start answering those. Nicole?
Yes, I also had a question. So first of all, thank you for this paper. We kind of liked it, and it has a lot of good things in it. And it's also the description of the content, context, community part. it's very rich on what affiliates do and could be doing and so on. But what's different from the 7 focus areas? What kind of difference do you see? Do you see new things evolving that affiliates are doing now that they haven't been doing that many years ago, or is it just another way of bringing these things in order? So yeah, the question is basically what's new in that?
Okay, that's a good point, but I'll just simply say, yes, I think there was like a different way of collating those 7 areas that were already there, like affiliates, at least from what was identified, but hopefully there's more discussion there, are doing the same 7 things, but like by regrouping them in those 3 ways would be just more clear. But we're still hoping to see if there's more, are those 3 refrain focus areas still valid or not? But that's great if we go into like the answering part of things. I think that the question continues to be, are they still the relevant focus areas? Any other key questions that come up?
My name is Felix Okot from Greenpeace Africa. My question is on the hubs. What are the lookouts for the hubs? Which type of hubs will you be engaging with? What is the roadmap on impact realization and any further partnership or sustainability when it comes to the hubs? What is their realization goal? What will it look like?
Thank you, Felix. I think that the question about hubs, while we pass to the next person, it's still, I can like elaborate more in detail, but like currently there's just like a few hubs that are being piloted, specifically 6 hubs, and we're just waiting to see out of the end of those pilots what happens next. The big difference with hubs and why it's one of the big key questions is that there's no committee that's recognizing them formally or not, just as AFCOM would with an affiliate. And that's one of the key questions that we need to answer. Who should be doing that recognition or not? Patricia?
Hi, I'm Patricia from Wikimedia Chile. We talked about this before. I think that it's a quite interesting assessment, the one that you all made in the paper. You put a lot of questions. How are you envisioning the process of answering or collectively construct answers to those questions?
I'll get to that in my next slide while we continue in my last 5 minutes when I wrap up. But yeah, that's definitely like what's coming up next is a key part here. Any other questions that come up, like with your role in an affiliate or as part of the movement ecosystem that you currently are in, do you see any questions that are still pending to be answered or not answered, like at least discussed? Is there anything that, for instance, when it comes to the role of AFCOM, which was one of the questions that were there, the role of the foundation, should that change or not? Are those questions something that are relevant to you all or that have come up in your work? Okay. All good. With the time that we have left, and I'm sorry that I'm trying to rush, but like we only have like 20 minutes. We thought we were gonna have more questions. If there are more questions, let us know. I'm gonna jump to what you were asking, Patricia, and like share with you all like what's next, because maybe I can get some feedback from the room, like if you think that this is what makes sense. So the whole point of us just aggregating all these questions was because in the prior ways in which we were working on the strategy, we were trying to answer the questions as we got them. And that just put us in a circular way of like trying to build the plane while we were flying it and then not really being able to like land something. So we're taking it more slowly and just say, okay, we have this bunch of questions. Should we agree that these are the right questions? Then the group that's working on this, so Anna, Karel, Kim, others, like we're gonna like see, okay, how do we prioritize the questions that are there? Establish a timeline to answer them, but more importantly, group them by who should be answering those questions and who at the end of the day has the decision-making authority to provide an answer and a definitive answer for things. Because one of the things that we're realizing is that depending the question and depending the problem, somebody would be kind of like the final authority to make a decision or not. So what we plan to do is say, okay, these are the key questions that the Board of Trustees need to answer, and they're the final decision maker. Let's list them, and let's create a process to say, okay, let's gather input from people who they think the answer should be, for then bringing them to the final decision maker and say, this is the answer, this is it. But then there's other questions that we were waiting for other bodies to be able to be created for us to gather the input. So for example, all of the funding questions, we were waiting to have a global resource distribution committee to be able to have their input and their representation into how we will answer those questions. Some of the questions, they will be the final decision maker, some not. But there's maybe some questions that will require broader and larger community consultation. And we need to define which ones are those and how do we open that space for a broader community consultation, knowing that that's going to take more time and more complexity to like be able to define those. So that's why we kind of gave a step back and made it the process very like step by step and very slow, but hopefully we are organizing it in a way that will allow us to then partition who answers whom, and like for people to have visibility on like, okay, these are the things that the board need to answer, these are the things that the GRDC will answer, these are the things that AFCOM will answer, these are the things that a community consultation will answer. So that's kind of like what's next. I know that it's vague, and it's kind of vague by design for now, because we just really want to make sure that we're not losing any of the questions that need to be answered for now, and that we're also gathering the input of the key stakeholders that are connected to all of this. So right now, one of the key things that we're doing is starting very slowly connecting with AFCOM and what is AFCOM's position on all of this. Like the affiliations committee has such a strong perspective and impact on any of this relations around the movement ecosystem that we want to know, okay, like what is their position about all of these different things? And we're like, how can we collect that and make that part of the process in which we're bringing that into a broader conversation? Again, what is the GRDC going to be saying, et cetera? So I'll pause here to just hear from you all, like, is this something that makes sense to you all? Or is this something that you would suggest that we do differently? Should we be thinking about the next steps in a different way? Does this kind of like slow process lands well, or is it feeling like too slow and we should try to like, maybe try to answer some of the questions at hand faster? Is there any question that for you is urgent and burning and needs to be like, no, we cannot wait for all of this, like we really need to know, I'm gonna make this up, we really need to know if thematic organizations disappear or not. And that's our priority. Like, why don't we prioritize that? That's just a lame example, but I'm saying two things. One, is this way in which we're planning the process working for you? Does it land well? And two, do you think that there's any burning question that needs to be addressed sooner or faster?
I mean, oddly enough, for me, like the main question that like needs to be decided is like on the appendix section, where like the community context content things are around the impact, because like part of the decision on like affiliates that need to say or need to be refought or whatever, it relates directly to the impact that they are having on the ground, whether they are having impact or not. And so it's important that we actually like have a better definitions that we can measure them against on like what's actually the impact of the affiliates.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments about those two final questions before we wrap up, which are, is this process sounding that it will work, won't work? Is there any red flags, yellow flags, green flags? And two, out of like the potential questions that this strategy should answer, what would be the question that you would prioritize? Or like, what is the burning question that is more important for you? And there's no right or wrong answer here. Just
well, from the perspective of someone who works for an affiliate, for me, one of the most important question is to, or challenges, is to define what an affiliate is and what it is its role within the movement and what we add to the movement. And regarding your other question, that who you should eventually involve in this conversation, I think that maybe these problems in general would not be solved if we still ask the same people all the time, like the same committees and the same structures and the same affiliates all the time. Maybe we should be looking for those who are not participating today in these conversations, maybe because they are not organized or whatever, but yeah, it's just a suggestion.
Okay. Lucas, over there.
Hello, Lucas from Brazil. My question is, I mean, my impression is that over the years, the funding system walked a different way from the formation of user groups. So my question is, how can we make sure that the funding walks them on the same path in the formation of these affiliates or what it is going to be? So.
Yeah, no, and I think that's why we were really seeing the creation of the Global Resource Distribution Committee, the GRDC, as a big dependency, because we hope that they're the task entity to start answering questions like that connected to funding, or like making some of the recommendations around that, connecting the dots between affiliation and funding, because right now that connection was not really there. We have a couple of minutes left, so like less than 2 minutes. Is there any final thought, question, burning thing? Nicole?
Yeah, one more question. I'm not sure if you can even answer it at the moment. But if we like come out of this with more recommendations, and if you get answers to several of the questions, like what then? Like, is there also resources and commitment from the foundation to then implement what's coming out of it? Question mark.
That's a really good question, and I would say yes, right? Like, I mean, I think that if there's, I'm gonna make this up, this is a lame example, but if we come up with like a very clear recommendation of, okay, there needs to be a new committee to recognize hubs called HubCom, and we have to like resource it. If there's a clear recommendation around that, I think that the foundation needs to commit for that to happen, because then what did we do? Again, I'm using like a super lame example, like probably that's not gonna be the case, but I would say yes, absolutely. I think that having these recommendations just flying around, I don't know, I would be personally very disappointed if we don't like act on those, because then what am I doing? What are we doing? You know?
Never say never.
But I mean, I'm knocking on wood, but that's the whole point, yeah. All right, well, with like just 30 seconds left, I'll just say this is a very long talk page. If you want to like just go read the paper, reread the paper, drop more comments there. But I'll be here, Anna will be here for the rest of the week. Just make sure that like we connect, we talk about this, and without getting, again, super in the weeds of the paper and super in the weeds of what, like it's looking at you like, what is like, if something comes up as, this is a burning question that I think we need to resolve in order to have a new model of how the movement ecosystem landscape looks, share it with us. Put it on a post-it and give it to us. Give it like, just put it on a quick note there on Meta. Because that's what we're trying to do right now. Big emphasis, collecting the questions so we can start answering them. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Esto fue a contrarreloj.
Hay QR también para las top pages.